Hello, friends. Welcome to my channel. I'm Em, and my books are everywhere. And welcome to Sprints for this week. Let's see who we have out there. Hello, Dina. She says, hello, everyone. I'm reading When the Rain Ends by Mary Ellen Taylor. Nice. And Grandma Susan is here. She says, good evening, all. And we do have some other people out there. Welcome, welcome. I was delayed at work, so I just got home, but we are going to be sprinting today. I'm so excited. And, oh, we've got Lucy. Hi, Lucy. Are you not at work today? And Morgan is here. She says, hi, I'm reading The Lumber Baron's Wife by Lynn Austen. That sounds fun. Is it a historical? And we have Alma. Hi, Alma. I'm so glad you're here. And Kat says, hi, everyone. I'm reading Death in Bloom by Jess Dillon, book 1 in the Flower House series. I'm really enjoying it, and it's a great spring cozy with the flower theme. I am a little disappointed today because on Saturday I was planning on going out of town because my hometown, which is about 5 hours away, is hosting like a fundraiser for a writing program for high schoolers. And Alyssa Maxwell, she writes cozy mysteries. She writes a series that takes place in the 20s. And I think the first book is called like Murder at Bleecker Breakers or Death at Breakers. And it involves like the Vanderbilt family. She was going to be at that event, and I was so excited to I have that book on Kindle, but I was so excited to get a physical copy and to have her sign it, but I'm not going to be able to go now. So I'm a little disappointed about that, but I think I'll probably read some cozy mysteries to feel like I'm participating in that. And Bethany's here. She says, hi, I'm almost done with my chapters in the Hope of Azure Springs. And Lucy says, no. And she's says, I'm off. And she says she wants to sprint. Yay, you get a sprint on a Thursday. And Alma says, I'm going to be reading The Hired Man. I need to finish it soon before Libby takes it back. And Morgan says, yes, it's her new release. And Bethany says, Morgan, do you like it? I'm excited to read that one. Let us know, Morgan. And so it says on my little thing that I'm going to be reading Trixie Belden, but I'm really close to finishing The Fellowship of the Ring, and the discussion is on Saturday. And now that I'm not going to be traveling, I will be able to participate. So I'm going to try to finish that one off tonight. I have it on audiobook and a physical book, and I think I have like 2 hours left. So hopefully with the sprints tonight, that should be just the right time to finish that book. So I'll be changing my little banner there that says what I'm reading. And is anybody else going to be participating in the discussion on Kay's channel, Tea in the Shire? And we have Katrina saying, I will have to look through my Libby shelf to decide what I'm going to read. Morgan says, I'm enjoying it. I don't think it's going to be a favorite of hers. And I don't think I've read any Lynn Austen. However, it sounds like it takes place lumber barons, like settling of the West, which is a favorite time period of mine. So I think I might be interested in that. And Jeanette's here. She says, hello, can't stay long as we have company coming soon. You've had a lot of company, Jeanette, but I'm glad you're here for the minute. We'll get started on a sprint in a little bit. And Lucy says, I'm reading Pleading the Fish by Bree Baker. That's the last one that you have left, right, Lucy? And I'm sorry I look all washed out. I had to take my lights that I put behind my laptop down, but I can put them up again during the next sprint. And Jeanette says, I'm going to try to get some pages read of Under the Tulip Tree by Michelle Shockley. And Lucy says, and putzing on my coloring app. I found an app that is like diamond dots, kind of, where like they're scrambled, so you have to move them around and get them in their proper places. That is such a time waster, but I'm a little addicted to it. And Bethany says, I'm not sticking around tonight. My husband is sick and we're going to watch a movie together, have fun sprinting. Well, Bethany, I hope he gets well soon and you have a great evening. Watching a movie together sounds like a lot of fun, a cozy good time. And Alma says, Jeanette, I am loving the Michelle Shockley book I'm listening to on audio. I don't think I've read any Michelle Shockley either. And Jeanette says, Alma, is that the All We Thought We Knew? And Alma says, yes, Jeanette. And Jeanette says, yes, we have a lot of company. And Lucy says, yes, it's for my prompt finish a series from Jeanette's game. So good. And Grandma Susan says, so many great books. And Jeanette says, Alma, that was my first, and I fell in love with her writing. Oh, I'm going to have to, there's so many authors in the Christian fiction world that I've heard of just in the last couple of years, but haven't read. But it feels like all the ones that I've picked up books for, I have really liked. I actually saw that I had pre-ordered a book by an author that I haven't read before, and I don't even remember pre-ordering that book. And I was thinking, did I click on the wrong thing? But every like physical book that I have purchased, and most of them from Baker, I just have really, really enjoyed. And then I found Karen Whittemire, which I think she's like a new favorite author of mine. Let's see if I can see what the book is that I ordered, and y'all tell me if you've heard of it. It is called A Love Once Lost by Jenny Goutet, maybe. I haven't heard of the author. I don't remember this book, but it looks really pretty. And I pre-ordered it, and I don't know when it's coming. It says, they chose separate paths, never imagining fate would offer them a second chance. Amy Bridwell reluctantly accompanies her family on a grand tour of the continent, the very trip her former sweetheart proposed they take as newlyweds. Receiving no suitable marriage offer in the 6 years since, and with her heart still guarded by regret, Amy has no choice but to go along with her widower father and younger sister to ensure their travels go smoothly. So it sounds like a second chance romance, which is not necessarily one of my favorite tropes. So I don't know. I must have been watching somebody's video and somebody must have read the arc and just said it was really good, because I don't know why I would have pre-ordered it. And Katrina's here. Hey, Katrina. She says, going to listen to Ghosts of Honolulu by Mark Harmon and Leon Carroll, nonfiction NCIS. I recognize Mark Harmon. I didn't know that he had written or co-written a book. That's interesting. Tell me how you're liking it. And Jeanette says, Katrina, that sounds interesting. Same. And Christina's here, and she says, good evening, going to read A Life Flight for the Start of Sprints. All right, I think we'll get sprints started here in a second. It'll take me a minute to get an ambiance because I didn't have one ready. But let's get a couple more comments in here. Annie says, hi all, reading Sense and Suitability by Pepper Basham. Oh, so fun. I was talking to a friend of mine at work, and she has been reading the series by Claudia Gray, where she takes all the different Jane Austen characters and kind of wraps them up in a mystery. And she's been enjoying it. I think she said she's on book 3 of that series now, and I think she only started that series like last week or the week before. Let me search for it's here for a second, and then we'll get our first sprint started, and we'll go till 25 after. Okay, so I'll probably switch ambiances in the middle, because then that'll give me time to find one for tonight. I really wanted like a picnic theme. Picnics have really been on my mind since last week. We had our and it was in a at one of the ladies that is in the book club. It was at her house, and she has like a pond or lake by her house. The picture that's the thumbnail for tonight's sprints, that was the background. That was her space, her plot out in the country. And it was great. We had a picnic out there, but I did get eaten up by mosquitoes. And that was the not fun part. But I really do love a good picnic. And if you guys have a favorite recipe that you have for picnics, or a favorite dish that you like to include in a picnic, think about it during this sprint, and then we'll talk about that when we come back. So let us get this started, and we will be back at 25 after. I'll share this. All right, and we'll see you back at 25 after. Enjoy your reading. Hello and welcome back. I'm not sure if you can hear the birds out there, but I turned off the ambiance and the birds were still, tweeting and stuff. And I was like, what? But they're outside. I feel like I could make my own ambiance by recording them. Okay, and it looks like we left off right here on the comments. I did listen to my book. I'm also working on a craft project using some of this paper that's like kind of a wood grain, really pretty. I'm got more work on that, so during the next sprint, I'll continue listening to the Two Towers and working on that. Katrina says that she is just gonna start it, the book that she's reading. And here comes Mr. Humphrey. And Katrina says their book, Ghosts of Sicily, currently only has 65 ratings if someone is looking for a hidden gem. And Hannah's here. She says hello. Well, hello, Hannah. Oop. And I've got Humphrey like walking all over me. And Hannah says, Morgan, I'm going to be reading that this month too. And Hannah says, I'm going to be working on our buddy read tonight. I think we're up to, what chapter are we supposed to be at tonight? Let's see where I am. Was it to the end of chapter 10 today or the end of chapter 12? Because I feel like I was behind in trying to catch up. We are buddy reading The Juliet Code by Pepper Basham. I'm really enjoying it. And Lucy says, ooh, the ambiance is so pretty. I forgot that I had that one on a previous sprint, and it's totally the picnic vibes that I wanted. And Allie's here. She says, hello, everyone. I'm currently out running errands, but wanted to say hey. Hope to hop in for some reading later on. Well, hello. And Hannah says, you would really enjoy Lynn Austen. I think she writes rich, multi-generational stories. I'm going to have to try her here. I am doing really well catching up to the things that I wanted to read like most. So I think I probably could add in some other stuff. I still have like a whole row of books back here that I want to read like sooner rather than later, but there's not any one of those particularly that's higher on my list. I still have Through Each Tomorrow, To Love a Lady, and Final Sentence, but I'm hoping to get those read in the next couple of weeks because I am, like I said, almost finished with Two Towers. The buddy read is only a couple of chapters a day, and the only other book that I have started right now is the Trixie Belden. So I should be able to finish that in the next couple of days. And so then I can start these three that are over here. And then after that, I don't have anything. Oh, Into the Golden Era. That one when I finish Through Each Tomorrow. So yeah, but still I will likely read more books in May. So I think I can get all of those and maybe then throw in a Lynn Austen towards the end of the month. And Morgan says, Hannah, Jess and I are buddy reading it. Nice. And Jamie is here. She says, howdy. Well, hello, Jamie. And Hannah says, oh, fun, Morgan. It looks so good. And Hannah says, got half of chapter 9 read in the Juliet Code. Okay, so then we're going to chapter 10. So I am caught up on that. And Morgan says, I read 3 chapters. Excellent. And Hannah says 9 and 10. Yep. Yes. And Katrina says, swapped over to Ghosts of Sicily. It fulfills 3 prompts rather than just 2, and she's 4% in. That is making use of your time, Katrina. And Christina says she's 37% in my read of Life Flight. And there we go. Hannah says, guys, both of my babies are asleep before 9 p.m. and my husband had to work late, so I was flying solo tonight. I feel very accomplished. Very nice. And Alma says, my book is getting really good. I'm at 73%. Woo! And Lucy read 4 pages. James is here to get the Huskies, and he's distracting me. Well, it is nice to have company. My cats, I got them about 2 years before COVID, and they were social. When people would come over, they would hide for about 5 minutes and then come out. But then once the shutdown and pandemic hit, it was just us. It was just us here all the time. Nobody was coming over. Maybe my niece, because she was in my bubble, or my cousin, that family. But not very often. More often than not, I would go to their house. And so they got very used to nobody coming over. So now if somebody even knocks on the door to drop off a package, they scatter. So I would love to have company, but I kind of feel like it stresses my cats out. And, I'm up for going to people's homes and not always having people here. It's fine. Lucy says James is not company. Okay. And Steve says, not sure how many pages I read, but I did read until James came to pick up the puppies. And Lucy says, he's a pain in my boo hiney. But come on, look at what he does for you. He picks up the puppies. Okay, guys, did you have a think about what your favorite picnic dishes, whether you're making it yourself or it's something that you purchase? So I'm going to give you 2. The first one is what I purchase. I love Kentucky Fried Chicken, and having it cold at a picnic is fine. When we would go, so my family, my dad especially, he doesn't like to eat out all the time. He likes to eat at home, but he does, there's a couple of restaurants that he likes that we would go out to eat at. And he does like to take, or he did when we were growing up, like to take us on day trips or half day trips. And a lot of times we would be going to a lake because he loves lakes, and we would take a picnic, and we would stop at KFC and pick up a bucket of chicken. And that was our main. And my mom would make potato salad, which she makes a great potato salad. And then just some other side dishes and maybe some brownies, because she also made excellent brownies. And then we would just go to the lake and have a picnic. And so that is one thing that I still love, is some cold KFC chicken. And Lucy says KFC. And Christina says, I love broccoli salad for a picnic. And Lucy says, my mom is getting KFC on Mother's Day in honor of my grandma. It was her favorite. Yeah, it's so good. And Steve says, yes, James is this fun uncle. Yes. Hannah says, I love dessert, usually something with cream cheese and a really good sandwich. Sandwiches are another thing that we would have sometimes, and that I think an egg salad sandwich is probably the one that I think of most for a picnic, or a chicken salad sandwich. And then later on, the chicken salad in a croissant. But when I was growing up, it was just white bread or maybe some sliced sourdough. But it wasn't anything fancy. And then we do always love fruit. So either a fruit salad, some cut up watermelon, cherries. I love cherries when they're in season. I have some in my refrigerator right now, and I've just been snacking on them this whole week. I don't know if it was on my sprints or Jeanette's or Lucy's, but we were talking about, no, it wasn't. It was on Amy Marie's. We were talking about grapes And a grape that I love, but they're like rare. It's like if you find them, you got to buy them, are the cotton candy grapes. I actually put some on my grocery order, but then I got a message that they were out of stock. And then I was physically at the grocery store and I went over to the grapes, and the section with the cotton candy grapes there was nothing there. So I still haven't had any. I hope they don't like go out of season before I get some, because they are just so sweet. It's a green grape and it does kind of taste like cotton candy. All right, so it looks like we are at the bottom of the comments. So, oh, there we go. And Jamie says, what's a picnic? LOL. Seriously, it's too hot and too buggy for many picnics down here. I would probably like a sandwich, though. Oh, that's too bad. I guess that does make a difference, right? If you go on a picnic where you live, because some places might not be suitable for a picnic. Like I said, the picnic that we did last week was so fun because we were discussing Little House in the Big Woods, and we were sitting right by that lake, and there's like a wooded area around there too. It was just a lovely, lovely location. I'll show you guys a picture. Can get it. Can you look at that? Isn't that great? So we were sitting right by there, but the mosquitoes were out. And I, not having been by a lake in a while, didn't put any bug spray on. And so I got so many bites, like all around here, all around here. They're finally like going down, but it's been a week because it was last week. And they were so itchy last week, but thankfully that's calmed down. Lucy says, I love cotton candy grapes. Yes, they are so good. And Dina says, my mom would fry up some chicken, make mustard potato salad, and baked beans with jalapenos. I'm not a fan of spicy stuff, but baked beans I like. We never took that for a picnic. Mustard potato salad. What's in that potato salad? So my mom's potato salad, we just called potato salad. It was the potatoes and some mayonnaise, and she would do a squirt of mustard, and she would put some boiled eggs, like sliced up boiled eggs, and olives and pickles, sometimes onions, but that was it, salt and pepper. And it's so good. And Christina says, a picnic sounds like a great idea when the weather finally stays warm. Where are you, Christina? I'm in Northern California, and our weather is warming up. We were in the 60s. There was a few days where we were in the 70s, and we were back in the 60s with some rain. And we've been in the 80s the last couple of days. Well, maybe a high 70 yesterday, but today was definitely like 81, and I think it's going to be low 80s for like the next few days. And Christina's in Ohio. Yeah. Yep, I can see that. Are you guys having heavy rain right now? I know other places are. And Hannah says, but macaroni salad I can get behind. Did I miss a comment, Hannah? Well, let's see. James, Lucy, Alma, Hannah. I don't know, Hannah. Did you have a comment between your babies putting down? Oh, the dessert. There we go. I love dessert, usually something with cream cheese and a really good sandwich. And then, but macaroni salad, I can get behind. I do also like macaroni salad when I'm having a sandwich. I don't usually eat it unless I'm having a sandwich, like as a side. Like, do you guys have Mr. Pickles? Their mac salad, I'm sure, is like bought. I don't think they make it in-house, but I love to have Mr. Pickle sandwich and then that macaroni salad on the side. And Dina says, our potato salad was mustard, a dash of mayo, boiled eggs, and sweet relish. Okay, very close, except that we had dill pickles, not sweet relish. I am not a big fan of like sweet pickles and therefore not sweet relish. I probably should try it because it's been a long time. I think I was probably like in junior high when I tried sweet pickles and decided I didn't like them, and I don't think I've tried them since. So maybe I should check because I know also didn't used to like onions, but I do like them now. So maybe I would like sweet relish now. And Christina says, it's been raining on and off this week, but the sun came out today. Well, that's nice. And Hannah said, I hate mayo potato salad. Okay. And James asks Mr. Pickles. It's the name of a sandwich chain. I don't know if they're like just our area or just California or how far and wide they are spread. Well, let me check, but they have really good sandwiches. My favorite one, and they have names. Um, let's see. Just 1 minute. I hate that when you go to like a restaurant website, like it wants you to place an order, and it's like, I just want to look at stuff. So the one I usually get, I'll get a blat, which is bacon, lettuce, avocado, and tomato. But let's see. There's a one called Big Jake, which is turkey breast, cream cheese, avocado, and then whatever else you want to put on it. I usually don't put anything else on it. I like it just like that. And then I get that macaroni salad on the side. But they have one called a hot tea, which is turkey, pepper jack, Baja sauce, cranberry sauce. Then they have like a Tom turkey, bacon, and Swiss, and everything like you can get with the works, which is like lettuce, pickles, banana peppers, sliced onions, tomatoes, olives, like there's all that. And then they have this garlic sauce, which is also really good. So when I get like an Italian or something else, the one that doesn't have a sandwich that doesn't have cream cheese or avocado, I get that garlic sauce, which is delicious. And let's see if I can find where Mr. Pickles are. So they're in California, most of them here in Northern California. There's a couple in Southern California. There are some in Arizona, but I think that's it for the United States. Yeah, just Arizona and California. But it is really, really good. Okay, so we are at the bottom of the comments. I think we can go ahead and start another sprint, and we'll go to 25 after again. So that's just a little over 40 minutes because it'll take me a minute to set up the banner and the ambiance. So we will see you back at 25 after. Enjoy your reading and let's go. And we're back from that sprint. How did everybody do? I have about 45 minutes left. Excuse me. 45 minutes left in the Two Towers, and I am closer to getting my crafting project done. Excuse me. I have a tickle in my throat, but I better not be getting sick, because that is not fun. Well, when I have things to do, it's not fun. I do sometimes, I feel like I get forced rest sometimes when I'm sick, because if I'm not sick, I'm always finding things to do. But when I get sick, I'm kind of like forced to not do things that aren't necessarily that needed. A lot of things that I commit myself to or that I want to do that I really don't have to. And when I get sick, that's about the only time that I say no to stuff. So let's see. Hannah says, "Oh, I just finished our chapters. What a cliffhanger, right?" I know. But if you want to read, you feel free to. I'm going to wait until tomorrow. Hannah says she is definitely intrigued. And yeah, I feel like there's a plan that's been in place, right? I'm sure there has, but in characters that we already have been introduced to. So I just can't wait to find out what happens next. And Allie says, "I'm finally home. Let's see what I can read for 5 minutes." Well, I'm sure you can read something, a couple of pages. Jamie says, "I started listening to Into a Golden Era today, but it has been a crazy busy day, so I have not gotten very far." Yeah, I didn't get a lot of chance to read today at work. Sometimes I can, but I was just like behind on my what I needed to be doing. So I didn't have, sometimes if I'm like caught up, then I can just work at my desk and I can listen to an audiobook, but not today. And Jamie says, "I did learn something or get reminded of something I had forgotten. It's not the oldest March girl in Little Women." Oh, Jo is not the oldest March girl in Little Women. In my mind, she was the oldest. No, I always remembered that Meg was. Yeah. And Morgan read 4 chapters. Excellent. Lucy says, "James left. I ate some chips and queso, then read 8 pages. Since James is gone, I'll get more read next sprint." Well, that's fine, because sometimes it's nice to chat in person, and then you can catch up on reading when you're alone. And Allie says, "I read 3 pages in Spark of the Revolution." And Katrina got 8%, got to 8%, got ground beef in the canner and dishes soaking while we chat. You can your own ground beef, Katrina? And Allie, 3 pages. You did that in 5 minutes. And Annie, hello, Annie. She got to 52%. That is some reading that everyone got done. I'm crafting. I'm using some fun dyes, and yeah, I guess they're all dyes that I've been using, but some beautiful paper. Look at this paper that I'm using. So this one I love. It's just like a wood grain. And then look at this paper. It's like a bandana. Isn't that pretty? So I can't wait to see what this will look like once I'm all done. I think I might be able to, in the next sprint, finish what I'm doing there. And then I'm not sure. I am really close on my socks too. I'm almost to the point where I would be decreasing on the toes. So I might work on those when I finish this project. And hopefully I will get 2 craft projects done, my knitting and this paper craft project. And then I can do maybe some diamond dots. I'm not sure how late I'll be sprinting tonight. I know that we'll do at least one more sprint, maybe two more. And then we'll see how I'm feeling after that. Since I'm not going out of town this weekend, I don't have to like finish everything that I would normally do on the weekend tomorrow night. So I can come home after work tomorrow night and rest if I stay up later today. And Steve says, I read 10 and a half pages. Now I'm at 49% in Alex Rider, A Skeleton Key. Steve, are you liking that series? And Jamie says, that sprint, I made gift bags up for my senior kiddos to hand out tomorrow after awards day. Very nice. Who are they going to be handing them out to? Or are you handing them out to them? And Jamie says, no reading. This is why I love audiobooks, because I can listen and I can craft or knit or paint my nails, which reminds me also I need to do that because I took off my nail wraps that I had on last week. And so my nails are bare, and it's fine because they can use a break, but also I just like to when they look pretty. So I think I'm going to do another nail wrap. And Katrina says, it makes a supper a lot easier. Don't have to thaw and brown the meat before cooking because it's already cooked. I brown up 3 pounds at a time and split it between 4 jars for 4 meals at $4.25 per pound. That is an amazing price. Our ground beef in California is like upwards of $7 a pound right now. But do you can them in like regular Knox canning jars, or what, like the glass canning jars, or do you can them in like tins? And Hannah says, oh, good for you, Katrina. I haven't been brave enough to can meat yet. It weirds me out a little. I want to try it though, she says. And Allie says, what color nail wrap are you going to do? I will show you. I will go get them. And Steve says, yes, I'm loving it, though I've always liked James Bond kind of movies, spy world. Yes, and that's kind of what it is, right? Did you know that Anthony Horowitz, I think he did some of the James Bond continuation novels too? Yeah, I think it was him. And Jamie says, they are gifts for them. The sentence was not very clear. LOL, I'm definitely tired. You know what? That happens to me all the time. I get my words all tangled. Yeah. So let me just go. Let me spot my nail wraps, and then I can go get them to show you. Okay. I pulled them out of the spot where I keep them. So then I was like, where did I put them? So I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Okay. So the ones I'm going to do are these. Can you see them? They're kind of like peachy and pinky and have little daisies and little bumblebees and some polka dots. So I'm going to do those. And I got other ones. I have some plain ones like this color, and then some sparkly. So these I would like mix and match, but I'm not trying to do that right now since this one is just like already mixed and matched. I'm just going to go with this. And Lucy says, OMG, the nail wraps. They're pretty sweet, huh? This is a new company I found. It's called Lily and Fox, and they're not expensive, and they do free shipping. And they have pages and pages of designs. So I got this one too. And this one. and that one. And this is the one I bought 2 or 3 of this because I just love it so much. This is the one that I took off. And I took it off because I'd already had it on over a week. And I had been doing some scrubbing on the bathroom when I couldn't sleep the other night. And after all of the cleaning stuff that I was using and like, you know, all of that using my hands without gloves, it kind of like started like chipping off the edge of it. So, but I had them on for over a week by that point. So I think that that was my first set of this company that I tried. So I think that they are going to be lasting very well. This is my second set that I'll try, and I'll let you know how long they last. They held up really well during that more than a week that I had them on. So I think they're going to be good. And Allie says, good choice. Those are so cute. I think so. I love like daisies and bees and yeah, it just in pinks and peaches for my nails. I think I like those colors more for my hands. I do in the fall and winter, I will do darker colors. In Christmas, I will sometimes do red, white, and green with like little Christmas trees or little reindeer or something. It's just fun. All right. Do you all like designs on your nails, or do you like them plain colors, or just clear nail polish? Let me know. And let's see. Did I have something? Did we finish up with the picnic talk? I think everybody kind of gave their input of what they like for a picnic. We always had stuff too. I said most of the time we would go to a lake, and so we would have our swimsuits and we'd go out swimming. But sometimes we would go to a park, and then we would take a croquet set and we would play croquet. Depending on, I think there was like a couple of times that we would have taken like roller blades or like tennis rackets or something, depending on where, you know, which park we were going to. And if there were a lot of cemented trails, would determine. But yeah, it would always be a fun, like a good half day out. And yeah, it's just like good memories. And even now when I go on a picnic, or even if I just go, I like to, there's a park not that far from me. There's several parks around, but one that's just not very far at all. And I very often like to not pack a picnic from home, but I will pick up some food and then go to the park and just have my lunch there on a weekend or on the day off work. I just love looking at the trees, the grass, just it's very nice. All the parks have some nice landscaping, and I think most of the parks have a little free library. So it's just a fun time to just go and eat and relax out and about without getting like too far out in nature. I'm not having to hike. And of course, I'm listening to an audiobook, or I have a book to read after I finish eating. So that's always really good. What do you all like to do? You go outside to read, and where do you go? I know Alma had shared a picture of her reading outside in her yard, and it was a nice sunny day, and it looked so relaxing to be out there reading. I love it. I do want to, this way, I have a little patio out there, and I have a little bistro set. The last time that I was out there was probably at the end of last summer. And I didn't I need like a citronella candle on the table because the mosquitoes were out. So I came back in. Hannah says, my hubby loves when I get French tips. So I usually do that because I like when he likes what I wear. But every once in a while, I'll do something different too. Yeah, my cousin, mostly, not because of her husband, but she likes a French. I mean, I like a French tip, but they take a little while longer to do. when I do them myself. And I do sometimes will go out to have my nails done, but generally I do them myself. So I haven't had a French tip in quite a while. My cousin likes a French tip, but she also she likes like a purple, but like a pale, not quite lavender, still pretty purple and like a pearly color. That's like those are her two go-tos. Steve says outside by a lake. Yeah, that is so nice, huh? And I love the ocean, but just like lakes are closer to me. The ocean's not that far, but it's still like a couple of hours drive for me here. When I visit my sister, though, she lives maybe 10-15 minutes away from the beach. So I will go to the beach sometimes if I have time when I'm down there. But I love the sound of the ocean. I love watching those waves roll in and out and the horizon out there. It's so great. And Dina says, I sit on my porch swing. Very nice. I love that. I don't think we've ever had a porch swing. We've had porches a couple of times, but I don't think we've ever had a porch swing. That would have been really nice. That sounds great. I was watching somebody's video, I think maybe Sarah Collar, and I think she has a porch swing, if I'm remembering right. And it just looks so nice to just go out there. It just reminds me of like when I was little in summer, when I didn't, before I was working, when I had summers off from school. And it just feels like you have the whole day and you can just be out all day long reading. It was so good. I used to climb a tree when I was little, and it was an apple tree, but the apples were not tasty. But I used to like to eat lemons when I was younger with salt. And so I would take my lemons and my salt shaker in my book, and I would go climb that apple tree, and I'd just like sit in the crook there, eat my lemons and read my book. It was so good. And just, because you don't have anywhere to be, I could spend as little or as long as I wanted out on that tree limb. Where are some other places that you all like to read? Tree climbing, anybody? I also used to, at my grandmother's house, my grandpa sometimes would leave the ladder up against the house because he'd be up. We had swamp coolers back then. He'd be up there fixing the swamp cooler or watering it or whatever it was that needed to be done. And he'd leave the ladder and I would climb. I'd take a towel and I would climb up the ladder onto the roof, and I'd sit up there reading my book. And but then I'd have to call my grandpa to get me down because I have acrophobia. Going up isn't usually a problem. It's the coming down. So I would always have to call my grandpa to come and get me down off the roof. And Allie says, I used to climb a tree and read as a kid too. Yeah, it's so good. And Steve says, used to love to climb trees. Yeah, that was the only tree that I really climbed, was that apple tree. My grandma had, and that was at her house, nope, I take that back. We had an apricot tree, and I used to climb that apricot tree too. That was like my little Thanksgiving tradition when I was still too young to help out. I would go climb the apricot tree, and it would be kind of foggy. And so I really felt like wrapped up in my own little world up there in the apricot tree in the fog with my book. Yeah, I just love it. And Hannah says, I have a hammock chair hanging in our tree outside. It's wonderful. Soon the tree will start dropping white flowers, and it is quite magical. Oh, yes, Hannah. Oh, I could just picture that. That is so great. Oh, I love it. Oh, and Annie says, I have been picnicking on our porch all day since our AC isn't working, listening to books too. Yeah. Oh, is it breezy outside? That I love too. And that's another good thing about being by the ocean and being by the lakes. There's like that breeze that comes. That's just so nice. I also like napping outside. That was another thing when I was in high school. I would sometimes go outside to nap, and I would take like a sheet because I didn't really want to like get tan, but I just wanted like the heat of outside. Lucy says, I'm allergic to the outdoors. Oh, and she's crying. I do have a pollen allergy and I am allergic to ant bites and bee stings, but I still risk it because it's not, as far as any reaction that I have, I do like swell up, but it's not anaphylactic. So I take my chances. And Katrina says, I only remember reading on the couch or in bed as a kid. Either we were not allowed to bring books outside or there were too many distractions. That could be. I'm like the oldest of my cousin group. And my siblings. And so I was on my own for a long time reading until another one of my aunts moved back to our hometown. And then the next cousin after me, she's 2 years younger. And then her brother is 5 years younger than me, I think 5 or 6 years younger than me. So when they moved back into town, then I had cousins and we'd hang out at my grandma's house. And so we would then like do things. So my boy cousin, which is the one that's 5 or 6 years younger than me, we would play James Bond. We would get on our bikes. We'd go across the street from my grandma's house. Someone had built up, there was like a field, and someone had built up like a bicycle ramp like that went around. And so we would ride our bicycles there and we would make up James Bond adventures because that was a favorite thing. And then there was like some little boys that lived behind the house. And so we would ride our bikes. So there was more outdoor activity once there was like more kids around me. But I had, I don't know, probably a good 7 years that it was just me. And I think I was already reading probably 3 of those years. Yeah. So I had like a good 3 years when it was just me on my own reading before all the cousins and the rest of my siblings came along. Katrina says, my brother said he used to read books while riding his bike across town. Sounds dangerous. Sounds dangerous. However, I have been known to walk into a pole because I was reading a book while I was walking. And Hannah says, I think I have a picture from last year. I'm going to send it to you if I can find it. Oh, yay. And Annie says, we are just 2 blocks from a river where we go for picnics. You know, I'm not far from Sacramento, and Sacramento has a couple of rivers, the Sacramento River and the American River, that stretch through a lot of the area. I have not. I've lived here 20 years-ish. Is that right? Yeah, about 20 years. And I don't think I've been to the river one time. I've been to Old Sacramento that's like right on the river. So I've been that way, but I haven't just been to like picnic at the river, which there's lots of areas where you can do rafting and other water sports and stuff. I just haven't done it. All right, guys, we are past the time that I usually start the sprint, but that's all right. So we will go until 30 after for this next sprint, and that's still pretty early. So I think we'll probably do at least one sprint after that. So 42 minutes for this sprint, and we'll be back at 30 after. Everyone, enjoy your reading, and we'll see you back. Welcome back. Welcome back. How did everybody do that sprint? I was listening to my audiobook and I didn't quite finish that crafting project like I thought I did. I had to go look for a few things in my craft room, and that's always an adventure. And let's see, I was going to check how far I have left here. I have 5 minutes left in my audiobook, guys. All right, so I'll finish that next sprint. Okay, let's see how everyone did. Jamie says, I live in the country and would love to have a picnic table, but as I said earlier, it's so hard to enjoy being outside here. Yeah. Where I grew up, in the summertime, it's like you had to do spring or fall, because in the summer it was always so hot and it just didn't cool down. Even like at 9 o'clock at night, it could be like 100, and that was not very pleasant to be out. Katrina says, got down to 5 rows left on my blanket. Yes. And Annie says, that is cool that you played James Bond. Yeah. That was what was really cool, is that years later, when that cousin had a little boy and he was about 7, and I was talking to him and I was like, what do you do at school? And he's like, I like recess, we play. And I was like, what do you play? And he said James Bond 007. And I was like, I used to play James Bond with your dad. And he's like, 007? And I was like, of course. It was just so cool. Spoopy wife. Hi, just found your channel. This is absolutely lovely. Well, welcome in. And what is your name, or what would you like to be called? And Allie got 2 chapters done. Morgan read 5 chapters. Jeanette, she was able to rejoin during that sprint and got a little bit read. Well, that's great. And Katrina got to 13%. That is really good. Let's see, what shall we chat about now? We talked about food. We talked about places to read. I have that card game. Where did I put it? That we played. Do you remember when? Oh, there it is. Okay, let me get that, and we'll do one of those questions tonight. Maybe a couple. Guys, I'm so stiff. I don't know why my muscles are so sore. Okay. So this is, I don't know where I got this, somewhere on vacation. They're just little cards, and you just ask the question with whoever you're with, and then they give their answers. Okay. So this question, it feels kind of dated. We shall see. It says, do you remember what posters, hung on your bedroom walls when you were in high school? So that's the question there. And when I was in high school, did I have posters on my bedroom wall? I'm certain that I had Duran Duran Rio. When I was in junior high, I had more like posters of like Rob Lowe and C. Thomas Howell, like from The Outsiders, Matt Dillon. But when I was in high school, I think I had more different, like I had taken all those down by then. And I'm pretty certain that I had Duran Duran Rio, and then I probably had like a couple of Duran Duran posters, like of the band. That's what was on my as far as posters on my wall. I think I had James Dean, and I had an Audrey Hepburn. I think I had those too. So what did y'all have? Steve said he read 12 and a half pages. Nice. And Gerard Way for sure. Allie says, horses, lots of horses. That's nice. And Dina had John Travolta and Adrian Smed. I have not heard Adrian Smed in a long time. And I distinctly remember Aaron Carter from elementary school. Ah. And Allie says, oh, I had a Grace Kelly one too. Oh, nice. Jeanette had Leonardo DiCaprio that she remembers. You guys are a little younger than me. Yeah, Leonardo DiCaprio was like a little kid, like in What's Eating Gilbert Grape. And I think I probably was already an adult at that point as well, like not even in high school. But yeah, so okay, cool. Let's do another one. Do you remember the last time you were truly surprised? So let's make this one about books. So what was the last book that you read that truly surprised you? Steve says he doesn't. I don't really remember if I had any posters. I'm pretty sure I mostly had shelves on my walls with my Transformer collection. Well, that's pretty cool. That is cool. I had the bedroom that I had in high school. I had these 3 mirrors on one wall, and they were like arched on top. And I had that, and then I had one shelf that was up above my bed because it was like a tiny room. So we converted our garage when I was in high school to a bedroom and a family room. And so my bedroom was just like a little piece of the garage. And I had like a closet in my bed. I had an armoire, the mirrors, and then that shelf. I think that's all I had in there. There wasn't really room for a lot of anything else. So I had one wall that was a closet, the one wall that had mirrors, and then I had the wall above my bed, the 2 walls above my bed that I had my posters on. And Jeanette says, it wasn't a recent book, but the one I immediately think of is Where the Road Bends by Rachel Fordham. I haven't read that one, but I did read a couple of Rachel Fordham books earlier this year, and I want to read more from her. And Allie says, probably When the Day Comes, but that was a while ago. I didn't see the plot twist at the end. That one surprised me in different ways. Let's see. What else has surprised me? I'll think. And S. Poopy Wife. The fact that I enjoyed my first John Grisham when I refused to read him for a decade. It was The Runaway Jury, by the way, 5 stars. I really like John Grisham. What book was it? The one that I don't particularly like is A Time to Kill. That one's just too hard for me to read because of the crime in it. But I've read several. I'd say probably at least a dozen. I know he has a ton. But yeah, that was like a go-to for me when probably about 20 years ago. I think it's probably when I was reading a lot of John Grisham. But I do like him. And Jamie says, The Girl Upstairs, the book I finished last week, very twisty, surprised me several times. And Jeanette says, should, when, not where. Should, when, not where. Did I read it wrong? When the road bends? When the road bends. Okay. And Annie says, I don't remember having any. When I was 9 to 10 years, I had celebrity photos that I requested from movie magazines. That's cool that you got actual photos, but I used to rip out the pictures from those magazines and like put them on my wall when I was in junior high. For a little bit, I shared a room with one of my cousins, and because there was like some stuff going on in our family, and so I was staying with them. And we shared a room and had a lot of pictures that we would take out of like Tiger Beat, and like, because they would have like the posters inside of them. and probably also from like Scholastic. And S. Poopy Wife says, I didn't like The Testament because it didn't live up to its potential. Okay. I don't think I've read that one. I've read like a lot of the older ones, like The Pelican Brief, The Firm, The Rainmaker, The Brethren. I don't remember the titles of others, but like the older ones. I haven't read the Testaments yet, though, I don't think. Steve says, I guess for me it would be Fablehaven series. I can't really say anything more because if anyone wants to read the series, they might find out why I might be surprised. Gotcha. I think I would like to. I think I want to check and see if there's any more in that Candy Shop War series. Because I read that one, and if there is, then I'd like to finish that before I start another one of his. But guys, he was just here in the town next door to me like 3 weeks ago, and I didn't even know. So he was doing an event at one of the bookstores. Can you believe that? And Jeanette says, nope, I was right there the first time with the book title. And Katrina says, I was surprised The Green Mile was by Stephen King. That right. Absolutely refused to read or watch his movies. I read one Stephen King book when I was in high school, Firestarter, and it was just like, it was too much for me. I don't even know that I finished reading it because I'm curious, but I don't I'm not masochistic. So if I was not having a good time reading it, I think probably my cousin that did read it, I probably read up to a certain point and then just had her tell me what happened without all the detail. Hey, K-Tree, she says, would appreciate extra prayers. We'll pray for you, K-Tree. She finally heard from Josh. He was supposed to have his first flight out 2 hours ago, and they delayed it for 24 hours. After talking with him, they've been trying to leave a week. Keep him there a week, K-Tree. And Lucy's, or just give him a week of leave. Lucy says, I finished my chapter and then filmed 2 videos. Excellent. I have a video filmed that I need to edit that was supposed to come out last weekend, and I still haven't edited it. So maybe for this weekend, because I'm not going out of town, so I can do that. And K-Tree says, and it keeps getting delayed 24 hours. Please pray they get them out soon. Absolutely, we'll pray, K-Tree. And S. Poopy Wife says, Tiger Beat. I haven't thought about that for a hot minute. That was like I always had Tiger Beat. And then what was the one that had all the song lyrics? Was it Smash Hits? I always used to have that one too. And when I would get a 45, I'm like old guys, I would cut the lyrics out of the Smash Hits and glue it on the 45 so that the lyrics would be there. And Allie says, oh no, K-Tree praying, yes. And Jeanette says, I remember Tiger Beat. And S. Poopy Wife says, don't worry about it, not worth it. Just watch the movies. I promise they're better. And Lucy says, what did I miss? We've just been doing some of these do you remember cards. And the last one was the last time you were truly surprised. So let's see. When was I truly surprised recently? Can I think? In a book, what have I read recently? Have I read any new to me mysteries? Those usually surprise me. What have I been reading? Let's see. Okay, I have one actually. I did a buddy read of Farmer Boy with Lucy, and I haven't read that book since like years and years and years ago. And it really surprised me, like how valuable I think the Little House books are, because they go into such a detail about how things were done in the olden days, that I feel like if you had those in your house and stuff was happening and you couldn't do things in a modern way, there's practically instructions on how to do things. So I think that's what I'm going to say for what truly has surprised me. And Annie says, 2 historical fiction books by Nancy Turner. I learned so much American history. One title was My Name is Resolute. That's cool. I also read a book that had, what was it called? I think it was called something like Small and Mighty. And it talked about 12 Americans and that people really don't know, and like what changes they brought to our country in their little ways. And that was surprising to me as well. And S. Poopy Wife says, Annie O'Brien, as in the bell. And Lucy says, Turn to Me by Becky Wade surprised me, not in a good way. Oh, how I dislike that book. Oh, no. And do you guys like the National Treasure movies? Like Annie's comment reminded me of those movies. Lucy says, Snoopy. Oh, it's Snoopy. Did I not get your name right? Please let me know. Snoopy, I love The Shawshank Redemption, the movie. And Allie says, that surprised me when I read Little House a few years ago, too. I distinctly remember her describing how Mom made butter, right? And now I feel like I can make butter. I just need to look through those pages. And Katrie says, Redeeming Love surprised me in a good way. Okay. Am I saying your name correctly or not? Is it Spoopy? Let me know. National Treasure is why I asked about the Resolute Bell, LOL. And Spoopy, like spooky, but with a P instead of a K. Okay, thanks. Spoopy. All right. Let's get another question. Do you remember if you had a weekly allowance? How much was it and what did you spend it on? So I had every now and then allowance, and it could be anything from like $5 to like $10 or something. And what did I spend it on? Depending on what age I was, I bought an album. The first album I ever bought was Elvis Presley's Golden Hits. And I think I was like 11 when I bought that. I would buy this. I did buy and I remember because I did it for a long time. My grandmother would take me with her to different yard sales. And in our town, apparently a lot of people in the 50s and 60s were getting children's books. It was a series called The Happy Hollisters. And the ones that I found didn't have dust covers. And they cost like 10 cents to 25 cents at the yard sales. And that's what I would spend my money on, books. Are you surprised? Lucy says, I love National Treasure. I do too. And Lucy says, I want to churn butter. You know, there's a guy at my work, one of my coworkers, that has been making butter at home. And he's like, it's super easy. And he brought some in to the office. It was so good. And Annie says, Spoopy, Nancy E. Turner, different author, I think. And Allie says, I got $2 a week as long as I kept my room clean. I rarely saw the money. That's funny. I hung a sign up in my room or on the door of my room when I was in high school that said, what did it say? A tidy room is a sign of a cluttered mind, something like that, because I also had a hard time tidying my room. And Hannah says, got laundry folded and taken upstairs, trash cans taken to the curb, and started washing dishes. My hubby just got home too, which is lovely. Oh, that's so nice, Hannah. You got a lot done. And Katrina says, as a kid, $1 spent on candy. I remember the candy cigarettes and the candy Coke bottles and popsicles. Yeah, that is another thing that I would spend my money on, because I would ride my bike to a store that was like not that far, and would get all, like those wax lips and all those candies that you mentioned. Plus, what else did I like? Like the Fire Stick. And Spoopy says, I got a set amount a week if I completed all my chores. That changed based on my age. The envelope was magnetic and on the fridge. I'd go to yard sales and thrift stores for books. Hey. And Jamie says, no allowance. Boo. And Lucy's laughing with Allie. And Dina says, when I was real young, I got a little allowance. I always went to the candy shop that was in walking distance. The little store, it was like a little market, was not really within walking distance. I probably would be too tired to walk there, but I could bike there. And Lucy says, I didn't get an allowance. And Lucy says, I started babysitting at a very early age, like 8. Wow. And made money that way. I think I was 12 when I started babysitting. And that was just like here and there. That wasn't like, I liked it because I made a little babysitting kit. And so I had that. It had like some crayons and some like coloring pages and other stuff for the kids to do. But most of the kids that I was babysitting when I was 12, it's like they were little, and they were like practically already asleep and in bed when I would get there. And then the parents would come home. The parents would have to pick me up because I was 12. And then I'd stay with, so like one would pick me up, drop me off. The kids are like already practically asleep. And then when they got home, drive me back home. The kids had been asleep the whole time. So I was like sitting on the couch coloring the pages myself. And Katrina says, and the gum with the comics. Yes. Yes. And oops, I skipped one, but I'll go back. Spoopy says, I tried babysitting a couple of times and I was not cut out for it. Exchanged that for yard work and house cleaning for people. And Annie says, 50 cents a week until I was a teenager. Once I started babysitting, I think it stopped. I spent a lot on candy and those celebrity magazines and saved money for family gifts. That's nice. And Jamie says, I truly didn't need an allowance as the youngest by a lot. I was pretty spoiled. Yeah, I think my sister does, none of my sisters give their kids allowances, but one sister does have a chore list. So if they want to earn money, each chore has like a dollar amount listed next to it. So if they do that chore, then they get that amount of money. That's usually like if there's something that they want to buy. So she's like, we'll get it for you, but you need to do this to earn the money for it. All right, let's do one more question and then we'll start the sprint at the top of the hour. Do you remember which musical instrument you played or longed to play when you were younger? So I played the violin and the piano when I was younger. I still have a keyboard here that every once in a while I pull out because I'm in the mood to play something. The most things that I've recently played are hymns, but when I was younger, it was just like I had sheet music. I had from popular songs, so I had like Duran Duran songs, and I, who's that band that did Always Something There to Remind Me? I had that sheet music. And then some classical pieces too. For Elise was one that I loved. I cannot play it without the music. And it's been so long now, I'm sure it would take me like a week of playing every night to like get back up. The violin I only played for a few years. I always wanted to play like a marimba or, that type of style. instrument, but I never got to. So those are my answers. Lucy says, don't remember what I spent my money on. I think candy, school supplies. I had an obsession, still do, and cassette tapes. Yes, Lucy, when I was in elementary school, and there was kids in the neighborhood. There was 4 of us, and we formed a club. And the whole purpose of our club was to go to the drugstore and buy pens and notebooks. That was like the whole purpose of that club. And we would have a meeting and we would pay our dues, and then we would walk to the drugstore, buy our supplies. Then we'd go to the grocery store that was next door, and they had the jar of pickles, the really big pickles. And we'd buy a pickle. We'd come back to the clubhouse, which was just like a little shed on one of the houses, and cut up our pickle and eat it. That was our club. And Jamie says, my dad actually wouldn't let me babysit. He was scared something would happen to the kids. He had heard horror stories. Oh no. And Jeanette played piano and trumpet and only played for a short time. Spoopy says, I was so excited for strings, but I was too small for a double bass, still salty, and settled for violin. I really enjoyed the violin. My family probably did not enjoy me playing the violin, but I loved it. And then my sister after me, she played the cello for a little while. And then the next sister didn't play anything, maybe the piano. And then the youngest one played the clarinet. And Steve says, I don't remember getting an allowance. I do remember I had a chore chart. In the Sunday of that week, I got $5. At the end of the month, we went to Valley Fair, an amusement park here. Very cool. And Jamie says, I took piano lessons and played the clarinet in band for a bit. I was not any good, LOL. I didn't practice enough. Yeah, guys, when I was taking my piano lessons, when I was around 8, the piano teacher would come to our house, and I would call him and tell him I was sick so that he didn't come. And Allie says, I spent the most time on piano, but my knowledge passed up my skill. I always wanted to learn the oboe. Nice. And Dina played the flutophone. Oh, I remember the flutophone. I love that. And Lucy says, oh, and stickers. I spent so much money on stickers, and the neighbors and I would trade stickers. Oh my goodness, how fun. Katrina played the organ, piano, flute, and xylophone as a teen. Everyone in my class wanted to learn to play on piano the song, Everything I Do It For You, from the Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves. Oh, that movie. I haven't watched it in a while, but I think I probably have it like on VHS. And Annie says, I learned to play the piano at my grandmother's and enjoyed that until she sold it. I got my own as a teenager. I got a piano, a spinet style piano, when I was 8, and it's at my aunt's house right now. Like, I haven't had room to have a piano, like a regular, that piano, in years and years. So I make do with a keyboard now, but that piano that I had when I was a child is at my aunt's house. And Allie says, as in, I didn't practice the piano enough, LOL. I know. And I wish that I had not canceled my piano lessons like I did, because I would love to be more proficient at that now. And Steve says, I played the trombone, but always wanted to play the drums. Wow. Lucy says, the first instrument I played was the violin. Then I switched to flute, then switched to trumpet. I don't think I ever wanted to play the trumpet. I would have liked to have played the flute, but it seemed so complicated to me. And the French horn also, I just thought was pretty and I wanted to play it, but not really. Really, piano, violin, and the marimba, really the marimba. A xylophone would have been a good replacement, but I don't know. The marimba just seems so tropical and fun. But I never got to that one. And Lucy says, I learned almost all the strings, woodwinds, and brass instruments at some point. That is really cool. And Lucy says, I never learned piano nor guitar. I really want to learn both at some point. And Spoopy says, the only thing I remember from piano is where middle C is and how to read sheet music. And Jamie says, I always wanted to play the saxophone. My brother-in-law plays the saxophone. His parents just had an anniversary party that I went to, and his brother and sister, they're a musical family, so they all play instruments, guitar, piano, saxophone. My brother-in-law, I think, plays all three, and they all sing. And so they did a musical number for their parents, and he played the saxophone there. And Katrina says, I had an ear for music. My sister would sit at the piano struggling with the notes, get fed up, and walk away. I would come over and sit down to play the music she was just playing. That is really cool. That is really cool. I can't play by ear. I have seen people do it, and that is a skill that I don't have, but I admire it so much. But sheet music, I can do that. And once I've played a song enough, I can play it without the sheet music, but I need those notes. I can't figure them out on my own. All right, guys, it's a couple of minutes after. Let's go ahead and start another sprint. And this will go until, say, 45 after. And so, yeah, and then we'll see how we're feeling at that point. I'm not particularly tired today, and I do have some projects, so maybe a short sprint after that one. But for now, let's read until 45, and I will see you back out here in that time. And we are back. And I finished listening to The Two Towers, and I started listening to The Gatehouse Mystery, my Trixie Belden book. And I'm still not finished with my papercraft project, so I'm going to be working on that some more. And let's get to the comments and see how you all did. And let me know how you're feeling about maybe doing another sprint, maybe 30 or 35 minutes. Hannah says, I'm a little behind on the chat, but I make butter in my mixer. Nice. And Jeanette says, I'm headed out. Good night. Good night, Jeanette. I hope, you probably headed out 45 minutes ago, so hope you have a good evening. Steve says, piano is also something I wanted to learn. Also played handbells in church. I bought some for the family for Christmas, and I made these big boards. Here, let me change my style there. I bought some boards that were like big, and I took the colors of the handbells because they're color coded on there. And for Christmas, like the family, we're a large family, would take the handbells, and I got the add-on sets so that we could do Christmas carols with the handbells. It's so fun. I love that you did that, Steve. And let's see. Allie says, night, Jeanette. And Katrina says, that's cool, Hannah. Do you buy cream from the store or get raw milk? And Jamie says, we have a kid in our church that can play anything. Every time I see him on a new instrument, I jokingly say I want to throw something at him. And Hannah says, both Katrina, we have a food bank close by where you can volunteer to pack food and then shop from their warehouse for 60 cents a pound. And a lot of times they will have heavy cream. Very nice. And Hannah says, so I'll buy cases of it. Last time I made over 60 pounds of butter. It took me a few days, LOL. I just used the last pound last week. And Jamie's leaving us. She says, nighty all. Spoopy says, I listened to 12% of The Heiress by Rachel Hawkins. I've heard of that one. I haven't read it, but it's pretty popular, right? And Hannah says, got 2 chapters of Echo in the Darkness. Morgan didn't read that sprint, but she made tags out of scraps of scrapbook paper. Very nice. The paper crafting. And Lucy read 3 chapters. And Allie switched books, read 3 chapters in Tempest and Tea Leaves. That sounds familiar. I don't think I've read it, but it sounds like someone was just talking about it. Was it you, Allie? Let's see. Tempest and Tea Leaves by Rachel Morgan. Cozy, spice-free romantic fantasy. The first book in the Charmed Leaf Legacy series. It features a Bridgerton meets Fae theme. Very cool. Let me know how you like that. That sounds fun. And Spoopy says she's going to log off and spend some time with hubby before we wind down for the night. Thank you for sprints, and I hope to join again soon. Well, thanks and welcome. I normally do sprints on Thursday nights and at 4:30 p.m. Pacific. Next week, I will be out of town, so I will not be having sprints on my channel. But Lucy at the Lucy Chronicles, she sprints every Wednesday night on her channel. And Jeanette at Jane Reads sprints every other Tuesday on her channel. So maybe you can join a couple of those sprints. And Dina says, I'm halfway through the book and enjoying it. Nice. Annie says, got to 55%. And Allie says, it might have been me. It might have been Allie. And Allie says, it's different, but the plot is definitely feeling like Pride and Prejudice and lots of banter at the moment. Very nice. And Spoopy says, awesome. Thank you. You are welcome. And Hannah says, gonna say goodnight, everyone. And good night, Hannah. And Lucy says, thanks for the shout out. You are quite welcome. All right, so I'm actually going to keep on crafting, but it's almost 9 o'clock here, and another sprint I think would take us just a little too far out. So I'm going to go ahead and end the sprints for tonight. Hopefully you all can join me in a couple of weeks and then find some of the other sprints next week. I adore sprinting. It's such fun to chat with you all in between getting some reading done and getting some things done. I hope you also had a good time tonight. Here's Humphrey to say good night. I can turn his head. You, Humphrey. So everyone, I hope you have a great night, and I will see you next time.